Check, check, check. Okay. Let's go. A day of not programming graphic stuff like I've been for the last week and a half or so. Today we're going to work on the world data. Specifically, putting stuff into the world that doesn't belong to a level. Or doesn't belong in the level, let's say. In the level data. The level can access it, so stuff like nav meshes, collisions, events, all that type of stuff. Okay. So we do have game world, something to do with world. Alright, so I'm going to work on this today. The world. So stuff like world map. Stuff to do with rooms, splines apparently. Triggers. Warps. It's more gameplay stuff actually. We do have the world generator. This generates the world. It's just turned off at the moment because it uses the light game level, which is no longer in the engine. Took it out. Okay. So let's just put a breakpoint and then go to the engine config. Set this to 0, it'll just build all the time. Every single time I launch the game, it will build the world. I'm going to work on this. We end up here, so we have some levels, or the paths to some levels, and we have the world. And the idea is we fill out the world with things from the level, or every single level in the game will be in here. So how do we want to do this? Let's look at the level compiler. The default level generator. And take a quick look at when we generate. It's down here. And then we call build room with room files. Rooms copy from files. Copy if the extension has room. So we want to do this. So we want to do it's basically the same here. For each level path. Level. Alright, files. We need the array of files. So I think this is just, what is this? What is files? An array of asset path. We have rooms, undeclared identifier, rooms. This is probably an array of asset path as well. Okay. Here we go, we've got 5 rooms that we want to get stuff from. So for auto room in rooms, so we're going to follow, I think, we want to keep this here for reference, the old one, but we're going to follow the same pattern as the level generator. It calls generate. It calls build rooms. So depending on whether we want to do this room by room or not. Which has a generator based on the content brush type. Whether it's any one of these things, or these things in particular, these types here. So I think what we'll do is we'll do so what does this use? The room, world rooms in place, world room, which is the room name and the bounds. So what I might do is I might have just make a generate rooms. Depends if we need it actually in here or not. Generate room. Which passes in the asset path to room and the world, or add room. Generate room. Start with this, we'll see how it goes. So we're just going to go with each rooms, generate room. And I'm going to put it just above for now. So we have our room and we have the world. So I might call this room files. And this is a room file. Right, so now we actually need to load the room from somewhere. So we get it from the game board content. This is return false. Return true if it succeeded. Okay. Game bar content undeclared identifier. Need to include this. Alright, so this is everything in the room. So we want to go through, we want to add certain things to the room. Depends if you want to do it level room, or we just want an array of them in the world for these different things. Or we want an array in the world, or we want an array of rooms. In the rooms we have the array of the things. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do, so like game events, array of all events in the entire game, and then in the world room we'll have just a range. So in this room it's this event index to this event index. I think we'll probably try and do that. So we want to go with brush instances. So basically what we want to do is we want to do this generator thing. So like world content generator is content brush data. Do you want to do it by data or do you want to do it by enum? What do we do for brush tile generator? We do it by enum. Oh no, we don't. We do it by type. And the texture generator we do by enum. What do I do? One by type and one by enum. Could change that to use them all by enum. So generate textures. So it goes through type. It goes through enum. Meshes. So it's like enum, then texture format, mesh generator for enum value, tile type is enum value. So it's because we're getting the type out of the instance. Okay, so we basically just want this section of code, I think. So we want struct world content generator. We want to do this, and we have to say, oh, this is a world content generator. Not entirely sure what things we want. I mean, we definitely want the world. So let's have a look. We'll do it for normal content. No, we're doing normal content's not part of the world. We'll do it for what will we do it for? We'll do it for a path. So this is struct world content generator for path content data. And we'll do content brush instance. And we'll do the world. Do the room. Well, what do we want to pass? The level room, maybe. In the world. Alright. So we need a level room. So how do we make a level room? No, a world room, not a level room, a world room. It's got the name and the bounds. We maybe need the path. Maybe the path is the name. Room.name. Well, we'll say the room. We'll say that the room name. We'll make a world room. Boom and Chew, good morning. How's it going? Working on not graphics today, which is awesome. I think this is going to return. Well, this can decide whether to add it in or not. Yeah, not room file path, not graphics. Waiting for a meeting to start. Cool, yeah. I just started 20 minutes ago. So today I'm getting off graphics and I'm going to work on the world. So the way it works is the levels in the game get loaded in piecemeal as you play the game and loaded out again, streamed out again. But the world always stays in memory for the entire length of the game. So you can put things in the world. If you put them in the world, they'll always be there. So things like nav meshes, probably always want them to be there, I imagine. Even though they're part of a level, you always want them in memory in case you want to like navigate an NPC that's in a completely different area of the world and you want them to walk across the world or something. Yeah, I hope you have a productive day. So this was half done before. This did work. I've got some code here that from an old system that used to do stuff like fast travel regions. Even though they're in levels, you always want them to exist in memory all the time. So you put them in the world instead. So a world room. New room. We don't have a thing called a room bounds. I think this is just content. Get bounds. I think. Oh. Tonight I'll be working on adding a camera component that can be attached to actors. Component system similar to Unreal Engine. Nice one. That sounds great. So the camera can be like... Yeah, so if it's first person you're doing it, it'll be the eyes. The eyes of the character. I could attach it to any kind of actor, I suppose, and it follows it around. That type of thing. Camera just another node in the scene manager. Yeah. Yeah, so you're doing like a... So when you say node, like a scene hierarchy, that type of thing. Like a tree. Yeah, cool, cool. So you just make things children of other things and then they inherit all the transforms. Is that the idea? I haven't done that type of thing for absolutely years. But I remember doing it a long time ago. Yeah, nice one. Alright. Instance world. Instance room world. So this goes here. $15 stream streak. Wow. Awesome. Thanks very much. Yeah, have a good meeting. Okay, so we need instance, new room, world. So do we have any paths actually in the level? Or in anything? I think we do. Well, no, we don't. Maybe not. Let's put a path in. That'll do. Is that broken? That seems to be broken. I should be able to drag the point and not the thing. Right, bug number 1 found. We'll go to fix that. We'll fix this now. We'll fix bugs as we go. Relatively new system, this. For the game board editor. What would it be? Focus, drag focused content path. Drag focused content path. Looks like it does just... If it's focused box ID, so it should be coming into here. It should be doing this. But it's not. So it's not allowing me to focus. Gen ID, instance ID, control panel. Or control point, even. It's not even coming into here. Oh, there we go. So it's saying it's not focused. This box ID, whatever it is. Or nothing is focused. Box ID. 022. So we're doing this gen ID, so we're not actually adding an input box here. Where do we add the input box? Draw intersection candidate for path. Calling gen ID there as well. So gen ID allows us to get an ID to test if something is hot or focused. Meaning the mouse is over it essentially. And the mouse is clicked on it. But gen ID just generates the ID. It doesn't actually put the actual request into the input system to make things hot or focused. We want add input box for that. Gen ID as well. Who's adding the input box? Add world input box for new point. That's for a new point. Add world input box. CP bounds. Instance ID. CP. Oh, so we're using a different... We're using a different ID. Maybe. So the arguments for gen ID and add input box have to be the same for them to work together. Ooh, okay. So why are we doing this? Instance ID. Oh, hang on. No, that is the box. Box name args. Yeah, CP bounds is the actual box. That's the actual area on the screen we're interested in. So it's instance ID and control panel. So let's just have a look at see what this box ID is. The box ID is 613. So on drag focus content for path, we need to look for a box ID. (815 022 613). So that's it. That's the one that that should be focused. There's nothing in a focused box. Nothing in focused boxes. So nothing got focused. Let me click to that. Okay. The box is 613, so it is focusing, and then immediately not. So something's clearing focus. Something else is clearing focus, I think, away from the box. So let's do... Let's do some temp code here. Or auto box in state focus boxes. We don't have get focus boxes. We not. Focus box. We don't have get focus boxes. No. Array input box. Get focused boxes. Return focused boxes. Focused boxes. So now in the temp bit now we can go state dot get focused boxes. We'll do box dot frame box dot name dot ID, I think. This is a focused box. Some nice UI debugging to start with. Something's clearing it. It is getting focused and then it's losing focus for some reason. So it's not staying focused. So FB's boxes equals state dot get focus boxes. If boxes do that, else we're gonna go log line nothing focused. Nothing is focused. So it's not, it looks like it's not even ticking. It's not even getting here. Something's early out. Something's early out. Let's do that here then. So it's we're focusing and then clearing immediately. So we get to here, and then by the time we get around to here again, there's nothing left. Okay, so we're gonna go right when that value changes. Empty focus boxes. Begin empties the focus boxes. So is it focused? So begin, UI state begin was emptied the focus boxes, but here it was already I'm confused. Let's try again. What is this? The camera drag. So now it's not letting me actually. It's not even highlighting the. All right, let's go back. Not even highlighting the boxes. There we go. Because the window wasn't active. So do this. So this is, I'm going to add a focus box. And I'm going to come back here and it's empty. Focused boxes is empty. Cleared focus boxes. So it was cleared. So who adds? Who clears? Visual Assist is just completely decided not to work. Maybe it's in state. It'll be in state. Clear focus. Cleared focus boxes it adds something's calling clear focus. Either there or there. There we go. So the focus box has in it the key, the actual thing we want to be focused, but something else is calling clear focus. So what's this? So we're saying set focused content. And then calling clear focus. Interesting. So what we're doing there is this set focus content. We're actually in the editor. The editor is taking control of the focus. And then it's clearing it out of the actual focus system. And the editor's saying, right, I know it's focused. And then reset. So how does... Which means we can't ask if it's focused anymore in the actual input system. So how does collision work? Drag focus content for collider. See, that also asks... Oh, it adds the box in. Because this works. Rather than just gens the ID, it has the box in. Maybe that's what we need to do. So if I had a collider in... That works. So I think what... To fix this... drag focus content or type path rather than gen ID. We need to add the input box back in it again. Which we could do. Just means we need to generate the bounds again. This bit is basically just this. So it's add world input box. CPs, CP. See if that actually fixes the problem. If it fixes it, I'm happy to go on, move on. No, it doesn't.
Ads running soon.
So probably needs to happen this like this as well. No, it's not there. That adds it in. So it could be here. As well. No. No. What is the difference then between this and a collider that works? So let's get two side by side to compare. So there's a couple of places. So the collider, to drag focus content for collider, path, drag focus content for path. It should basically be kind of the same. Back. All right. It's done when it's done. So do we have a game? It's done when it's done. Yeah, that's right. Invest the time now as well, so it's easy to make the game in the future. If I get the actual level editor right now, if I get it right, hopefully, at least the design right, hopefully moving forward, we'll have to look at it much for like the next 10 years or whatever it happens to be. Make 2 or 3 games in 10 years. Just having fun with the engine. Do you really plan to make a game? I plan on making a game for sure. But I plan on doing like the engine and the game side by side, I think. And I'm on like an engine streak now. So I did gameplay from January to July. So I did 6 months of gameplay earlier in the year. And then I'll do like 6 months of engine. But what I'm hoping is that the engine gets to a point where we need to go back to it less often. But yeah, I plan on making this gardening game for sure. Yeah, hope the meeting was alright. Alright, so drag focus content for both of these. World space drag delta vector. If the length squared is 0. So if there's no drag, we're returning false. I think that could be a problem. So we still need to add the input boxes in. What I don't want to do is just make a game that's like easy to make. Do you know what I mean? I'm not really in it for that, just to make a game. I want to make something that pushes me. So I'm not really interested in making like a Snake clone. Or, I don't know, anything that doesn't require some hard work. Like that I don't know how to do yet. Do you know what I mean? I want to be able to do things that I don't know how to do. There we go. It's a bit flaky. Does work sometimes. Sometimes it did work then and it stopped working. No one bothers or speaks to me nowadays. Just do my own thing. Oh, really? Yeah. Just here because the contract says the notice period is 60 days. Couldn't get rid of you straight away. Yeah, okay. So it did work and then it kind of stopped. So I have a problem with these points now. If I look at something else that is just a point draggy around thing, that's totally fine. That works really well, that. This one does not. See, it does sometimes. There it works, and then it doesn't. Yeah, not sure. I'll have to keep going. So we can make these pretty much the same. So this is for index ref. E, CP, CPs. So we'll do CP, CP, and that's some ID. So it's the instance ID with P. So they're like basically the same function now. So let's have a look at draw focus content. Draw focus content collider. So we've got has drag. If canvas has drag, return false. Don't think we need that anymore. So we might just change it to be the same as the Collider one. So we draw it. And then we go static auto edit point mode. It's false. Then we do this. This is CPs. And this is instance ID with P. And then we do this. If edit point mode, we go through them again, basically the same. Add a world input box. So that's it. And then we've done draw into section candidate now. Okay, so I think we can just do draw lines. And then intersect content. It's a bit of a beast. Okay, let's see what happens anyway. Okay, so we're still not able to drag the points. I like it how it works better though. So you got to click on it, and then if you double click on it, it turns it off. Yeah, so for some reason, still not able to drag the points around. Drag focus content for Collider. So what I might have to do is give the control points. Well, I'm going to say give the control points IDs, but we are giving them unique IDs. So what is... Oh, it might be the bounds. What's dragging everything around? Dragging the actual instance around, the instance position. Intersection candidate. Intersect content. For path. Could be here. Could be here. So what's this? That's removing a control point. So can I actually remove a control point? Is that a thing that happens? Shift. How do I remove a control point? Shift and the instance is focused. It has to be greater than 3. So as long as we get in here. So if that cap was greater than, was less than 3, it would remove it. That works. Add control point works. So we bound all the control points. Two by two. So it was able to handle the draw instance. The left mouse button is up. Weird. You can see there that that input box is always selected, always focused. So if I do this, it stays focused. How does that stay focused? Now nothing is focused. That's because we clicked away from the window. So it's staying focused. This is the problem. The other one is not staying focused. If I do this, it's not even focusing it. Let's just draw colliders all the time. So now it's stayed focused. The problem is if I move the window away, it clears the focus, which is unfortunate. So it was here. This was where it was getting cleared before. Now we have a cleared focus. So if I do this, this is not getting called. Okay, weird. So it's not, it's maybe that it's not considered an intersection candidate. That might be what it is. So intersect content for collider. We had one there. And just for the new point. Okay. UI is so hard. Okay, so new point. So it's this step, I think, we don't want to do. Solving this by deleting code would be great. It's solved. That's grand. That's grand then. Okay. It was a nice excursion into debugging some UI. Right, now we can get back into the world stuff, which is actually what I needed to do today. So, path content data for the world. Here we go. We've got the instance, which is path content data. Then we have a thing called a world path somewhere. World path. This is a different type of thing. This is a path of locations. World spline. So it's this type of thing. World spline it's called. So it's called path in the level editor and it's called spline in the... Ooh, I'm not sure about that. I might call this a world location array or a world location list or something. So I'm going to call this... Right, so we're going to check in first. Are we doing it? I've already done that. I'm going to call this world location list. Like this. And then we're just going to change things. Change anything that says like get path. Here we go. No, that's fine there like that. That's a completely different system. So there we go. Okay, to make sure that builds. So Fu Manchu, if you're still there, I am technically doing game stuff now, technically. Almost. Okay. And have a world spline. World spline. So this we're going to call path, world path. Path game kind ID. So all this, we kind of need to work on this. We need to work on this. And just having random 64 bytes of storage and stuff. This all needs to change. Everywhere we see spline is path. This is going to be get world paths. Get world path. This is going to be called paths. This is get world paths. This is path. get world path. Path world, get world path. I don't know. I think I should call it, probably call it get path, you know. So this is get paths. This is get path. Get paths. Get path. Paths. This is world path. This is all path. You can see that the monorail system uses paths a lot. Okay. So, what is a world path exactly? A path game kind ID. Right. So this source path, board path, kind ID. So I think this kind ID refers to what type of path it is. So for instance, the path, I can say it is a monorail path. I think it's that. But it's referring to it as an ID. So let's look for monorail. Monorail path ID, monorail path. So where is the enum? E-game path types, U32. So if this is going to be actually serialized out to game data, just thinking like, if we change the order of these for some reason, will it break anything? It would mean rebuilding the world. Would it though? How is an enum saved? Because it might just do it on string. So let's have a look. If we look at what room are we even loading? Prefab shadows.room. What does it save it as? The path. Path. Type normal. So it does it on string. So what that means is the orders can change, but not the value, which we'll be able to pick up. That's fine. That's good then. Okay. So let's go back to the world. So what we want here is actually what is the... So we want to include game path types. So the reason I was using an ID before rather than the actual type is because I was like, I don't want to bring game-specific data over into the engine. But now I'm being a bit looser with that because it just helps so much with bugs and things. So the world path is, so this is eGame path type. Just type is fine. Normal. This is hybrid tuple storage for game path types, which isn't, it doesn't seem to be a thing. Path types. Maybe we need to call this game path types. Path pairs. So I'm going to rename this to game path pairs and rename this to game path types. Rename this is game path type. So it's hybrid tuple storage for game path types with the ID. So we have the string, which is the room. Root Dragon, how's it going? Good morning. Hope you're alright today. Working on not rendering today. Not graphics for a change. Been on graphics last couple of weeks. They look more into the overflows. Yeah, yeah, it blew my mind. Mathematically, there's no. It must be a hardware reason. I couldn't really find out the reason. Really. Must be a hardware thing. Someone was talking about CPU. Something to do on the CPU circuitry. But I couldn't find a good reason, really. But yeah, that's worth noting. It's locked in the brain, that. Yeah, it's good. I like stuff like that. Where you, like, figure out something like that. Something that seems obvious, it's not obvious at all. And you figure it out. It's been a problem on an MSVC, there's no overflow checks. Yeah. Safe in live. It's crazy. It seems like I really would like to know why. Because it seems in 2025 mental to have just an arbitrary rule like that, because like mathematically it works out, you can do it mathematically. Like the binary number for int min is int max plus 1, at least it is on this type of computer. So maybe there's other types of computers where that is not true. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't figured it out. 5 stream streak. Oh my word. Nice one. Yeah, there are definitely many CPUs. It just seems crazy to me that you would manufacture a CPU in that way, you know, where it would be a problem. But maybe there's like an actual hardware reason. Maybe it's much more complicated to manufacture it where it's not a problem. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean more the instruction set, you know, like or how numbers are handled on the CPU. The behavior of compiler with optimizations. Yeah, the compiler, so I understand that. But I feel like them making use of the fact it's undefined rather than the other way around. It's undefined because of that. It should be, in my opinion anyway, it should be, unless there's some like big performance penalty, which I don't know about. It should be defined, really, but it's not. Woot Dragon's on a 5-stream streak. I mean, this must be a new Twitch thing, maybe. It's not guaranteed to wrap. It's not guaranteed. It's undefined because they haven't defined it in the spec. That's what it's literally not defined. Rather than undefined behavior. It's undefined literally. In the spec, it's not defined what happens. But mathematically, it's perfectly well defined. That's the thing. So it's like weird why it's not in the spec. But it must be some technological reason. Unsigned int will always wrap no matter what. Yeah, so it's like different ways of representing negative numbers on different computers. It's got to be that. Other CPUs represent negative numbers differently. Whereas there's only one way to represent really an unsigned number, and that's just the binary number. Int A won't. So it won't, yeah, so it won't on according to the spec. But the way that numbers are, like in maths, leaving computers aside, if you choose to represent negative numbers with that sign bit, it is well defined. So that's where I was confused, I think. Yeah, it could be like a CPU, like manufacturing. Or it could be that like it's not defined how to represent negative numbers, therefore you can't define the wrap from positive to negative or something like that. But the problem is solved, like it's just not defined for some reason. Could give an arbitrary number. Yeah, like because it's undefined, the compiler's literally free to do whatever it wants. But if it was defined, if like the number representation in binary was a defined thing, then it would well, I've lost my train of thought, but you know what I mean. Like on this computer, the way binary is represented, int max plus 1 is equal to int min. Like mathematically it is. Whether the CPU can do that reliably is a different thing. Something gets equated to a no-op check and the optimizer says, okay, ignoring that check. Yeah. Like, I like the idea that I can get on board with the idea that if the compiler can assume that I plus 1 is greater than I, maybe there's huge optimizations it can do. The way that it falls down is I plus 1 is not greater than I if it's unsigned. So it's like why just for unsigned? You know what I mean? Why have it just for unsigned? That rule, but whatever. Or maybe it was introduced to prevent bugs, but then it should be defined as a crash. You know what I mean? It should be defined behavior, and it's a crash. It's just confusing. But yeah, today I'm working on WorldPath. WorldPath right now, tightening that up. It is very confusing. It's confusing, and the problem's like it is a solved problem as well, so it doesn't need to be, unless it's something like physical that I don't know, like CPU manufacturing thing. Mathematically, it's solved. You just have to represent negative numbers with the sign bit. but not in computers apparently. It's like maybe a legacy thing from the early days of computers. Don't even understand entirely why that is. The odd chance that overflow check fails. Yeah, that's it. If it's undefined, you have to handle it. You have to. You have to make sure you don't get into that undefined state. Safing is go-to. So that does safing prevent overflow? Is that why it's safe? Yeah. Okay. Need to do a bit more reading. I need a super hardware person or someone who knows more about it to come on and say, yes, it's because of this. It prevents literally every overflow. Cool. So is there a performance penalty for that? I wonder. So this is game path pairs. It's game path type. Game path pairs. It uses exception handling. Right, okay, yes. I couldn't have that, unfortunately, then. I don't have exceptions. But yeah. It's a good one. Oops. What's the problem here? Path pairs could not be identified. Fix that. Path types. Game path types. Safe into air. Do it like this. Whoops. Randomly went to another. Yeah. That would be a lot of try catches, wouldn't it? In your code. See, the thing is, what's crazy, like, just from a purely mathematical point of view, is so int max is not defined. Of course, it's not defined. So on this computer, at least, if you look at the binary, copy value, like, what is that? I don't know if you know binary addition. What is this +1? Well, it's this in binary. Forget about computers, just in maths. It's this. But that is not defined in the standard, apparently. You can't do that. And it must be that different computers have different ways of representing negative numbers. See if Inch throws an exception automatically, yeah. Try cache to handle gracefully, yeah. The only thing is that's you couldn't do it in a game code base, unfortunately, because it would be too slow. But you could do it in different code bases, yeah. So yeah, there must be different ways to represent negative numbers, which I'm sure there are. But it should be like this, because this is the mathematical way to do it. But maybe it's not like this for all computers because of manufacturing issues. Just at the throwing wood. Yeah, you'd have to look into it. It's generally seen as basically a rule of thumb to not have exceptions in game code, or it always has been. If you wanted them in, you could have them in and just have a look and see what it added. It's not, I don't think, the individual try catch. It's like the style of code as it adds up over time. It like degrades performance. The style of writing try catch rather than the individual case. It means you write your code differently, essentially. Alright, cool. So I'm working on putting this, I'm going to call it a monorail path. Into the world. CKD header. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that one you said yesterday, yeah. In C++26 there is the thing coming out in there as well. CKD, whatever it was, which would be good. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you write code that doesn't overflow. It's crazy, isn't it? Because then, like, the hashing stuff. What happens if... well, this is just bit twiddling numbers around. Should be alright. This is a very well understood and used hash function, this. What's this one? Yeah, cool. Nice. Right, so we've got the room, the world. So I think the path needs the room ID, I believe. So the world has in it paths. And do we save the room or do we save the room ID? Who uses this? Who knows? Let's just try deleting this and see if we can't cause any compile errors. couple. Path room, current region, dot room. So the region, so we're comparing rooms. Yeah, I wonder then. Region ID room. So I'm gonna have the room and the room ID. Night Child 2.1D, yeah. Going alright. Off shadows, off rendering now. Back on, we're on to the world. So the idea is, not world. The idea is game levels have like the assets in for the level and they get streamed in and out of off disk. But the world is always in memory. So you can put things in the world that you never want to. So when the game is going on, you can put things in the world that you never want, that is always there. You know, stuff like paths, nav meshes, stuff like that. You don't want to ever get. So you might want to like walk a character from one side of the world to the other. So you'd put all the nav meshes actually in the world object rather than the level, because you don't have to load the entire level as the character. Like it might be an NPC that's doing it off screen. Have you found the 1 pixel off the upper edge of the bounding box? Yeah, that was just a rounding error. Yeah, fixed that with a round F. Yeah, that was good. View on try catch. It's the exact same as assert. The only difference is try catch is for release builds and assert is for debug builds. Yeah, okay. Use asserts. Yeah, asserts are generally seen as a good option to have in your code base. Yeah. Remove all the certs from your program. Yeah, that's right, yeah. NDebug is defined in release. NDebug is defined in release builds. Yeah. Those untrusty floats. I know, that's right. It's always a thing in it going from world space to pixel space. It's like you have to like clamp it to a pixel, I suppose. Or it could go to one or the other, you know. Do I need to rely on try catch in release builds? Or check it with no asserts? Yeah, I mean, I generally, what do? I use asserts a bit. I don't use try catch. What I'll use is, I found bizarrely, although unexpected, standard optional has pretty much made asserts disappear from my code. I do have them sometimes, but I don't use try catch. If I had to do some kind of try catch system, I have used standard expected a bunch of times, which seems pretty good. Or I've written something similar. Alright, while these ads are on, I'm just going to go and make a cup of tea. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right then. Many reasons to handle error cases. Several ways to handle all. Yeah, no one solution fits all. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't use try catch, you've got to put in other types of checks. Then you won't find them in many game engines, I would say, out there. All right, cool. Default world generator. Yeah, Woot Dragon, you should look at standard exception. That is another way to handle it. The thing is if you don't have try catch, you need to try and handle all this undefined behavior yourself, really, which can be obviously lead to incorrect code more easily. Okay, so what are we going to do now? I'm going to go auto path content path data. It's instance data path content data. The problem with try catch as well is some people go overboard with it. Like I was watching another streamer, and it was in C#, and it was I think it was a stack. And if you peek an empty stack in C#, I think it's a stack, it throws an error. Like it throws an error. Just to peek it, you know, and that is like overuse, I think, of try catch. It should just return null, probably. It's just shut down your program. Yeah. Cases where my program catch bad behavior. Yeah. Yeah, you won't find it in my code base. Let's say. You can maybe put one down round the entire game loop. Maybe that would be something I would do. It would be like a catastrophic failure. And then at least you could open a box and say, I'm very sorry, but there's catastrophic failure. Maybe. I'm going to shut down now. Bye. All right. So it's going to be world path, new path. The ID is, so what we have for path data? We have the path ID, the room ID, it's the room name. It's the room. Right, so we don't have actually an ID in the world root. We probably should. Any safe one, yeah. Try catches aren't that evil. The thing is they changed the way you code massively. They massively changed the style of code. That's why I don't like them. All of a sudden you have to anticipate that anything could throw That's what I don't like. Like, could I do this? Well, is it gonna throw? You know, I have to look at it and see if it's gonna throw. If it does throw, I have to handle it. Whereas, if you just return something like standard expected or some kind of optional or something, then you don't. So yeah, I mean, I think you use them if you want, I suppose. You would want an int to throw. You might just want to crash though. The thing is, like, that is a bug that needs to get not handled gracefully. It needs to crash so you can go and fix it. If it handles it gracefully, then the bug remains, you know. Undefined state between throw and catch could happen, yeah. And corrupt the data if you don't throw. Yeah, it would. The thing is though, then you need to go and fix the bug. You'd want to, so hopefully it doesn't happen on a target machine, but it might. But you'd want to actually fix that bug rather than handle it. You know, like try catch really is like someone ripped out the graphics card. You know, maybe you'd want to try catch that, because that's not a bug, that's just something you want to catch. But you don't want to really try catch bugs, I don't think. You know, or the hard drive got corrupted. I don't know. Something is not necessarily a bug. Okay. Safe int overflow. Safe int overflow. Yeah. You know, you'd maybe use safe int that way if you really were. There was a chance. There was a very high chance for some reason, some outside reason, that your ints were going to overflow. The nature of the program meant that. And you really didn't want it to. State between throw and catch can be unstable. Yeah. Okay. So room ID. What is the next thing that I'm wanting to do? The type is path data. Type. The NURB, called it NURB, path data. So is it a NURB? It is a NURB. The storage. So we have storage here. It's called data. Alright, cool. And the corruption becomes visible. Yeah. Terrible. That would be terrible, wouldn't it? Yeah, I mean, you have these smart quick resume on consoles and stuff. That can last a long time. I'm pretty sure I've been like away for like a month. And other people have been using the console and everything. And then I come back and then I quick resume and it's still there. So you don't want, obviously, any corruption that was in that, whatever gets saved to disk for the quick resume to work, would still all be there. Not to be undefined behavior for us, you need to make sure the whole program state is atomic at that moment. Transactional memory mechanism. Yeah, I don't know enough about try catch. It's never really been in my repertoire of coding. I've used it, but not extensively. Okay, cool. So, world, get rooms, add standard move, not rooms, get paths. Add standard move new path. Okay, that's basically all it is. It's much simpler than doing the level generation stuff, which is nice because that stuff's warped my head a bit. Alright, brill. Here we go, Night Child. You can see my lovely rounded floats across the level there. Shadowing's looking pretty good though. It's nice and soft. I really like how it is hard here and then it gets softer as it gets further away from the light. That is very nice. The path should be in the actual world now, which is good. Okay, the next thing I want to do is for Collider content data. I think what I'm doing is choosing to put all the colliders in the world rather than the level. That is different from how it used to be. We'll see how that goes. Oh. I've personally not come across any game engines. I don't know about Unreal Engine. Any game engines that I've worked on anyway, that I've all of them I think have had exceptions actually turned off. So if you try and do it in the code, it's a compiler. I haven't looked at the source code for Unreal. I haven't used Unreal. And obviously I don't know what the source code is for Unity, but on the more in-house things. Okay. Collider content data. Debugging not for shipping. Yeah. My favourite is a good old crash, assert crash. When you're developing. I don't really want a catch and the program keeps running. I don't want like a message box for the assert, which I think by standard asserts do that. They put a message, don't want that. All I want is just a good old stop the program right here where the assert is. And if you just want to continue, press play again. That is the way they work here, I think. BM assert false. Increased safety hides problems. Yeah, that's it. It keeps bugs in, can keep bugs in the program, which, you know, you don't want to do. Like I said, I'd use it for things that aren't bugs. Like the file didn't get written to disk, maybe. But even then, you can kind of test, can't you? You could do a test for that. How many bytes got written? Be like, yes, someone pulled out the graphics card. You couldn't possibly go on, but you didn't just want to like freeze. Divide by, you want out of memory overflows, divide by 0 and then terminate. Yeah. Okay, cool. So what is a collider? So if you go to the game level, we look at level collider. That's this. So I think this is now going to be in the world as a world collider. Event indices, yeah, I'll have to have a look at that as well. So, World Collider. New Collider. Fu Manchu. I always prefer crash and log. Yeah. Depend on the industry, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I prefer crash. Good old crash. Good old assert, really, that you can actually resume if you want. As well. You might want to see what happens as well. Tom, increasing safety of the program in general or reliability, detect an overflow occurred. Yeah, you maybe want like, you need to detect it via a crash probably. So you can fix it. And then once you ship something, you maybe want a different. Something different. You maybe still want to crash, but then you want to generate a bug report that gets sent to the developer to see where the crash happened, so they could fix it. Maybe. So ID is collider data. ID. Room ID is the room.id. So we've got room name as well in path. Let's put a little to do. Can we get rid? The points equals collider data points. Having said that, we also need more things. We need an offset as well. This might be coming from a prefab. So we actually need position here. As well. What's weird is we're not saving the storage. Need to do that. Probably can't see that. Not saving the storage. Everything was fine. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Woot Dragon, it depends if you expect that the data might overflow or if the overflow is an error. If the overflow is an error, you need to know so you can fix it. So it depends really. Okay. Storage dot write. How do we write the storage? I can't remember. You press storage in. Is this allowed? Let's have a look at the path content data. Path data is just dot write with the writer. So this is storage write writer. Buffer weirdly. So this is path position. If result is okay, result is equal to the path. There we go. Path storage dot read reader path type. That will do that. Right, okay. So on the world generator now, we need to actually pass in position, which is instance.position plus offset. The World Collider. Position. Okay. So dot position is instance position plus the offset. The event indices, don't know yet. And then we'll do world, get colliders. We don't have world. So what we're going to do is we're going to do we'll change this so this is up here for now. Array world collider colliders. Like that. And then we'll do, so yeah, we'll put colliders in as well. World colliders. Colliders. Unsigned integers.
Ads running C.
Yeah, integer over float. It would be difficult to just prepare for every single occurrence of that. In a way, you have to like assume it's not going to happen until it does. And if it does happen, it's probably because there's a bug. Fix that bug and then it'll stop happening. Difficult one though. Get underflows. Flow City, yeah. See, I think we'll just throw. If you don't have exceptions on though, what would happen? A lot of code bases don't run with exceptions. Get colliders, add. We don't have get colliders either. I'm going to move these as well. This is the bit we've done. This is the bit we're working on. Array world collider. Get colliders. Ref world collider. Get collider. It can happen so easily. It depends on like, it's a context thing. So if it's like a loop, we're incrementing I, then you get an overflow. You would want not to try catch that. You would just want to change the size of the of eye. The eye type. So the question is, do you try catch that? Or do you be like, oh, well, it's because I'm using an int instead of a long. Instead of a, you know, an unsigned int maybe. Indenting some lines. Must be username. I don't know. Do you want me to refresh it? We'll lose it all though. Let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? All this stuff changes behind my back without me knowing at all. I don't know. I haven't done anything. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's like you're replying or something. Literally have no idea why. Let's try this. Let's blame Copilot, yeah. I haven't written this chat window, so I don't know. Is it working? Let's see if that sorts it out. I've gone for the clean look, whatever that means. Is it working? No, it's not, is it? Literally no idea. Yeah, the actual chat window on the stream's indenting for some reason. Not sure why though. Doesn't indent on the preview thing. Can't even read the stream chat. Oh, right, okay. It's blurry, is it? Is that the bit rate for... Are you watching it on 1080? It is blurry. Is it? Yeah, it is blurry, isn't it? Alright, well let me find... Oh, for next stream I'll find a different chat window. Do you want me to turn it off? Happens on a multi-text line. Oh, right, okay. Weird. Turn it off if you want. Uh, 1506 by 366. Hang on, let me just change. Let me try something. This might break everything. No, I don't know. I don't know. Let's try 366 1506 and then it's weird. It bears no. It bears no, like, the two sizes completely different. One in the settings and one in the actual Streamlabs itself. My god, I've really screwed it up now, haven't I? Here, give us a sec. It's blurry probably because of this. Because of the scaling. Is that really, really blurry now? Something I'm gonna have to fix it. Yeah. It's to do with the. Could be the aspect ratios are different. I'll have to fix it off. Is that really bad now? It's not too bad, is it? It's an. I'm sure that the blurring is an aspect ratio thing. I need to have the same aspect ratio in the settings and on the actual screen. Oh well. We tried, we were defeated. Computers win again. Okay. Return colliders. Return colliders. Find ID. Right. Okay, cool. Hybrid tuple storage. Is it just read with the reader? I don't think it is. Enum type pair storage, that is. So it needs to be enum type pair storage. How are you going to solve if an overflow occurs? It goes down on the bugs list and gets fixed. That's basically it, I think. Type is not a member of monorail path. Normal path. All I want is it to be the same blooming type. Game path pairs. Right. There we go. How are you going to find the bug if you don't? Because he'll have undefined state and it'll crash. Thing will happen that you don't want to happen. You'll be like, that's bad. And you'll find the bug and then you'll be like, oh, it's overflowing. And then you'll fix it. Okay, so passing in, we need to pass in vec2 there. Where is it? Room offset. Offset room. Room offset. Before you ever find the bug, no crash is guaranteed to happen. Yeah, so if it's like a really terrible bug that survives for weeks, they do exist. Unfortunately. You just have to find it. Awesome. So can we just check now? Overflows don't crash the program. This is the idea of that trap, isn't it, that you were talking about? Some will trap. Some overflows will trap. Some will overflow. In most situations, it will crash the program pretty quickly, I would say. If you're expecting 3 and you get the number like 1.7 billion or minus 1.7 billion, something will go wrong pretty quick. But yeah, maybe not. Depends on the circumstance. Seems to be a line on the edge of the camera feed. That's my green screen. Ugh. Thanks very much. That fixed it. It's just a curtain, just a green curtain. So if we go to level or world, we have a tick. See if we're actually getting the right data out. Rounding error, in real life rounding error, yeah. Paths. Monorail path. So this is the other side of the world generator. This is where the game has started. It's initializing the world and it's loading the world base from the LST is like the database of assets. So this comes off the disk, the binary disk. That seems good. A binary file even. Can leave that breakpoint there. Check everything's going in. Right, so now we just need to put a collider in. I wonder if... Did we put a collider in? I can't remember. So that's that path. So if I turn to do that to 1, 2, 3, save it, reload. Then we look at the world. Paths. Storage, monorail path 1, 2, 3. Cool. Cool, cool. Alright, so let's put in a collider. Let me just read out what the points are. There we go. So we reload it. So I pressed Control L, which launches the game. It's going to have to compile in that new path, that new collider. So event indices are like the collider can broadcast events in theory, and these are the events that it broadcasts. I think that's how it was gonna work. 4 points, and then when the game launches, it pulls the world off the disk again. We should have a collider in there. There you go. Nice. Room ID is 0. That's incorrect. Okay, what happened there then? Room ID is 0 for some reason. World room has an ID. Do we not set it? We probably just don't set it. No. The ID is the room file hash code. All right, 7527. So the paths actually have the room name in. Room, which we're not saying. Try catch plots for every function. Source code for games. I mean, in most engines, you probably will not find it. Game code's different. Talking about engine code. But it probably does exist. I'm not saying it never exists. It's just I've never personally worked on any engines that use it, and they've all had it actually turned off, so you can't. It's impossible to use it. But I'm not saying that people haven't made engines without it. Like if that's the way, if that's the way that people want to do it, that's totally fine. Even use boost. Yeah, Fu Manchu uses boost in his job. I believe I've heard him say that. So we've got the order the wrong way around here. We do that. One lesser evil for another. Boost is widely used in game engines. Actually. Or at least it used to be. A few years ago when I looked at that stuff. There we go. Prefabshadows.room. Depends if we do want to actually store the room in the collider. We won't to begin with. Okay. What's the next thing? We probably want to do triggers as well. Whoa. So, do we have anything like a trigger in here? World trigger. ID, type, storage. Literally, that's what we need. Apart from we probably need the room ID. And this just needs to be called ID. We have the type of trigger it is, and then the storage for it. So this storage thing can just hold. It's a type eraser to hold a tuple of things. The pair means it holds the actual pair of the enum and what it is. There are real issues that have to be solved eventually. Rewrite every line, yeah. 100 file code base, trying to find overflow bugs for the needle in the haystack. Yeah. I think a person who's had a bit of experience in debugging would be able to get to the root of it. Wouldn't take them too long. Depends how subtle the overflow is. But in my experience, they're pretty drastic rather than subtle. Okay, so world trigger. New trigger. ID, room ID, type, data. ID is the trigger data ID. Room ID is the room ID. The type is the trigger data type. Data is the trigger data data. Some people will just return on the address sanitizer. So it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, that tends to... Yeah, people do use them. That's like writing to memory that's not reserved, I think. Or a big part of it. And reading. Okay, so world get triggers. Don't have get triggers. World trigger. Array get game trigger types. Game trigger types. World trigger. So I don't know what that is. Triggers. And then we want get trigger. Turn triggers. Turn triggers. Find ID. Handles overflow checks too. Yeah, cool. Pretty sure it detects them. Yeah, cool.
Ads running soon.
Cool, cool. Ooh. Operator. I always do this. Const bleh. Return ID is the other ID. And then in the world generator now, we do get triggers dot add standard move new trigger. UBSAN. Undefined behavior sanitizer. Not heard of that. That's cool. I have heard of address sanitizers. Watched a few videos on those. Meant to stop you writing into off the end of buffers and things. Okay, so let's put a trigger in. It's nice actually to have some easy coding for a change. Oh look, it's drawing the... Oh, it's because we've said it's a monorail path. It's drawing it in the wrong place, but that's because we've changed the way that we're doing this. It's drawing the actual path there. Trigger. So how do triggers work again? Trigger mode. Just draw them out like that. And we're going to say it's a monorail station. Mall is monorail station. Exit left. Monorail trigger. Exit left. Check that comes back in. Uint max +1. Yeah, Uint max +1 is well defined. Yeah. Triggers is empty. So we're not actually loading and storing, saving the triggers. So paths, colliders, triggers. Paths, world, triggers. On the rail overflow fix. What's that? Make everything unsigned. What, and have 0 as like 2 billion. Could do that. That would be mental, wouldn't it? And then like 0 is negative 2 billion. Alright. So we're doing the events and stuff. So we want events and conditions and points and description. I mean, pretty much all of it. Description, points, events. Do we need description? I think description's more for the level editor, isn't it? So we'll do points, events, and conditions. But they're arrays of U64, I think. Event indices. Let's have a look at game path, world path again. World collider. The indices. Yeah, event indices. An array U64 condition indices. They also need to get saved. In the world generator, need to put those in. Where do we put them? Below data. Dot event indices equals that to do. But I haven't done events and conditions yet. We'll work on that after this. Have a look at see what other ones we've got left to do. No, 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 no. So we've done that, we've done that. Regions, we've got regions next, and that's the last one. And then we need to make it work for prefabs, and then that's it. That's the world stuff. And 2 events anyway. Okay, I'm just gonna nip use a loo, get a cup of tea. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Best timing. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. It's alright, I'm back. I'm just making a cup of tea. I said coffee, but I meant tea. Thanks for the raid, yeah, awesome. Thanks for the follow. Vergak. Jan DACV. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. Working on not the most exciting stuff right now. We're working on just getting level data into the game. So this is the game. This is a current test level in the game. And this is the editor. And I put stuff in the editor and it needs to get like transferred into the game. So I've been working on these triggers. This is a trigger. Yeah. Coffee is terrible. Yeah, coffee is terrible. My coffee is terrible. Coffee is delicious. But I buy the cheapest stuff you can. Oh, thanks. Working on the game at the same time. I'll do stints. I worked on a prototyped gameplay for the game for like 6 months, January to July. End of January to July, and then I've gone back to the engine since then, just getting the level editor sorted really. And then I'm almost at the end, and then maybe at like Christmas I'll be jumping back into the game, gonna work on the game for however long until I get sick of it. But yeah, I'm making like a sci-fi gardening game, so you're on a space station and you just go down to planets, get stuff, get plants and things, bring them back to the space station, plant them on the space station. So it's like kind of at the same time, although I might do big chunks of time on different things. Unless there's bugs or things that I really need, then I'll jump back into the engine code. But yeah, this is the engine that I'm making. This is the level editor anyway. Show you more. This is a very, very grassy level. I don't think the levels are going to be this grassy in the actual game, but it was just testing out like the grass and how everything interacts with the grass and everything. And I spent the last 2 weeks doing these shadows and these reflections. So things shadow now and reflect, and it's dynamic as well. So like I can like move the light around or move the thing around. Yeah, and the level editor's got undo, redo, all undo, redo. It's nearly ready to go. You know, we're nearly ready to start actually making levels. To be fair, it probably is ready to go. The editor, barring silly bugs, what I'm doing now is like, this is like resolves to a text file, and then I need to take the text file, turn it into like a binary blob to save as actual game data that the game can load. And that gives me a chance to like strip out all sorts of things that the level editor needs but the game doesn't need. So that's the process I'm going through now. So I've just put these triggers in. So this trigger is a monorail station. So the space station's got a big monorail because it's a massive space station. And the idea is you catch the monorail around like a subway or a metro. So it's like fast travel, or you can just sit on it and like slowly see the gardens that you've built on your space station, and it'll take you from room to room. And then, yeah, so you do the artwork for the monorail station, and then you put a trigger down to say that this is actually a monorail station. But the triggers can be like, there's only 2 types, a normal trigger and a monorail station trigger, but you could make more types of trigger for different types of gameplay, you know. So yeah, if we go back to here, this is where like the world initializes in the game. So this get LST, get asset world base is loading the binary blob. So I'm just going through and putting like, so I've got a path in there, test path, test collider, test trigger. And the reason I'm putting them in the world, so the distinction between the world and the level is levels hold assets like textures and things. So they're big, or they have the potential to be big. So they don't, so they can get streamed in and out of disk, in and out of memory, off the disk. Whereas the world, the idea is it's just lightweight, can exist forever. As long as the game is running, the world is there. So if you do want to do something like walk an NPC around a different part of the world that's not actually being rendered, you can do that, because we'll put like the nav meshes in, the triggers, the colliders. Oh, thanks for the follow. Follow a goal, mate, even. That's awesome. That was slow to catch up, that. That's awesome. Oh, I've got Degar as well. Dager. Gian VC. And Vergak. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, the world is always in memory. Meaning I can access it wherever. I don't have to worry about whether it's been streamed in or not. If it's a different part of the game that I want to do something in, it can go in the world, you know, the triggers. So the idea is I could simulate NPCs walking around in different parts of the world. You know, catching the monorail and stuff, if I want to. Anyway, so what we want to work on now, we just did the triggers. Part of it, almost all of it, apart from the events and the conditions. Woot Dragon. Implemented UB SAN yet. So it's only available in Clang, not MSVC. Visual Studio only has address sanitizer. Yeah, cool, cool. Okay, so we need to do it for region content data now. So a region in the game is just an area of the game that you might want to say, you know, describe somehow. However you want, really. Oops. Has tutorials from 17 years ago. Yeah, I know. That was part of a university thing, I think. DirectX 9, I think. Proof there that I'm ancient. Alright. So if I want to put in a region, this is the regions mode. And I can be like, I've got 3 types of region: nav mesh, plantable, and sausage. So if I wanted to make a sausage region, I'll just draw it in like that. Some of them, like plantable, have little icons. So you can say like, this is a plantable region, which just means that like if you can do things if things happen inside this region, basically. Yeah, DX9, yeah, a long time ago. I was a young man. I was not a withered husk like I am now. So I'll delete that region because we'll just work on one region. The plantable region. So now I've added that, and I've added this bit of code, the region content data, world content generator. It should just end up in here. Nothing wrong with DX9. No, it was great. It was great. It was simple. The guy, Portis Tech Games guy, who's a very well known Portis. I never remember the name of his company though. Cliff Harris, game dev. Posse Tech. This guy still uses DirectX 9 now on his games. He's made loads of games and sold millions of them. So it's still going. The latest game he's making, which is something Space Battles, Ridiculous Space Battles. It's DirectX 9. It was good. Good old days. Here we are. So we're in the region content data. And we can get the region data out. And that's got the plantable region that I just created in the level editor. And X is 2. So that's obviously a debug thing. So we'll just get rid of that. Plantable X. Are the regions hard-coded, or can editor set up random regions? Yeah, if you want to set up a random region, you have to have an entry. You have to make a region class for it, a region struct. So it's not... yeah, you need to code. You'll find that throughout this engine. You need to code to do a lot of it. It works with the code. So to make a new type of region, you just make one. It doesn't need a colour. But if you put a colour in, that's the colour the region will be. Otherwise, it just finds a random colour. And then you add it in the list there, and then that's it. It's available. Why is it code dependent? Because it's easier. It's just quicker than writing a region generator GUI, really. Could do that. But there's, you know, other things to do. So I do things like we'll have these hard coded, the events of game event types. They're all hard coded as well. So you can't create a game event type with the editor or anything. But yeah, that's why. Right. I've got X in all of these. I don't think I need it. Get rid of these compile errors anyway. This was just testing stuff. This engine's kind of designed, and editor is designed for me, really. And I can code. So I'm going to leverage that, really. I'm not going to have like a blueprint system or anything. Although there is a node base, there is a node system. So you could theoretically make a blueprint system. It wouldn't be too bad. So for things like, so these brains, so these are state trees. These are AI, whatever they're called. AI node trees. What are they called? Can't remember what they're called now. Sequence trees, selector trees. You could in theory code this, but it would be absolutely mental because it's just like, it's a tree with loads of different things in it. So I did make an editor for this. So some things do have editors, yeah. Alright. Let's put that region in. Alright, there is one there already. Plantable. To the data, plantable region. So, do we have a world region? We do. I bet it's got nothing to do with an editor region though. So a world region is just a region in the world. And it has this thing called a type ID. This is very old code, this, that I'm neatening up, so I don't really know what it is. Doesn't look like it's used. It's not used. I'll just hijack this then. Okay, so we need ID, room ID, let's have a look at region content data, see which things we need. Type, name, points, data. Type, name, points, data. This is a region point, an ID and a location. I think we could get away with Vec2. The ID's there, so you can click on them in the editor. But this is in the editor, so. Okay. So ID, room ID, type, name, points, data gets stored a different way. Data, region, data, write. So this is like the binary writer. This like writes the blob for a world region. Writer. The reader's the same. Region, data, read, reader, region type. Okay. So if we go back to the world generator now, we can make one of these new world regions out of the region data. So the ID is region data ID. Room ID is the room ID. Type is region data type. Name, region data. Name. Points. Region data points. So this is actually this is a region point. So we can't do that. The data is equal to the region data. And then we want transfer, well, what is it? With each region data points, we want to do new region points add arg.location, I think. In the world, get regions, add standard, move, new region. Okay, cool. Right, so e-region type. So this comes from game region types. Okay. Game state inside region. Yeah, awesome. So what's going on here? If we're inside a region of region type, this thing is inside this region in this room. I think that's what this is. So for auto region, get world, get regions. Region room ID. So this isn't actually, we're testing on the actual room name here. Okay. So this is eventually we want to be able to get the level room out by the room name and then look at the subset of regions in the world that belong to that room. We haven't written that yet. So I'm going to do no, not on that. To do when the rooms contain the region index range. we will be able to look up room name. Inside region. Get entity location. Region type. So this is this entity inside this region? So we're going to go for auto region in get world. Get regions, and then we're going to go where arg.type is equal to the region type. So say we're in the same room. Location a room. So this is room by string as well. Maybe we do just need to store the string in the like the actual name of the room in the region. Or we just have the same to do. When the rooms contain region index range, we can look up with room name. Looks like they are being used quite a lot. So what's this? Game state inside region. Just the bounds is inside the region. To do. Look up region with room name. Yeah, I mean, I prefer looking up the room with the room name because there's not going to be many rooms, but there might be loads of regions. And then we'll just have we'll have a range of regions that are in this room, and we can just check with that range. All right. So the new region. The name, we didn't actually set the name in the editor, I don't think. Oh, we do need position. We do need position. Because these world regions, I might want to move them. Do we want position, or do we just, if we just do want to move them, do we want to just move all the points? So it's the same for the collider actually. So that could be plus instant stop position plus offset. Maybe that's nicer, you know, maybe that's nicer. Same for triggers. So Collider, storing the position as a separate thing. And paths. Thing about paths is it's the NURB spline. It would mean altering all the points, which we could do. Mean altering those too. Where's the knots? Just want to check knots. Control pound. Alright, so it's not to do with position. Maybe we do that then. Maybe in world path, we don't have position. Like we literally star the world space position. In the actual NURB itself. In the path itself. Same for Collider. Trigger, we don't even do that. So we should do it on trigger as well. Okay, so that means we don't start position. We don't. With each new path, NURB, get control points. We'll just do arg plus equals instance position plus offset. Put it into world space. Because right now it's in. That's local. The NURB is in like local space. Get points. And then the Collider, we go with each new Collider points. Arg plus equals instance position plus offset. And trigger, where are the points? Do we not actually store the points? Points. We don't. We should be doing that though. We need to know where the trigger is. Array vec2 points. So dot points is the trigger data points, but it's a region point, so we can't do that. So we need to do new trigger with each trigger data points new trigger dot add new trigger points dot add arg dot whatever location plus instance position plus offset. All right. And the regions, we're doing that as well. Brill. So basically it's just been offsetted by this to put it into world space. Brill. And that's it. That's it. That's Collider. Trigger. Region. So this is this plantable region. So I think that's all of the different things. It runs it twice as well for some reason. Alright. So regions, there we go. Plantable region, 25 points in it. So I'm going to move. So I'll get trigger region. So the regions go up here and up here. These are the things we've done, and these are the things that I need to look at. These are like acceleration structures kind of for doing things like pathfinding and things around the world, I believe, from what memory. Alright, so on paths, rooms. So we want rooms. Rooms, paths, colliders. Regions. Triggers, regions. Put a bit more exciting music on. Makes me want to be in a cafe and it's raining outside and it's night time. Look, I don't know if I can do this. Show OBS, look. Or Streamlabs, it's got an AI tab. It's getting everywhere. Alright, there's the region in the game. Okay, cool. So, what do we want to do next? Prefabs. So, any of those things, paths, colliders, triggers, and regions, can be in a prefab as well. So let's open up this prefab. So this is a where is it? This is a prefab. of this, almost of this. Not quite, I think I have to revert it. It's an independent prefab. There we go. I am AI as well. I am just I. NI. We should need to make a new term called NI, which is natural intelligence. Maybe. Human beings. So, this comes from this prefab, meaning if I move this down here and save it, it moves it down here as well. So I need to add something like a path inside the prefab. There it is, but it's inside the prefab. And that's got to get detected. LI, life, well, that's like life intelligence. Yeah, something like that. So right now, this won't, so that prefab, so that because it comes from a prefab, it won't get pushed through here, the path one. We'll put it in a known location. We'll put this prefab at a known location, 0, 0. So this path, can I grab onto it? Yeah, I can. A bit confusing that. I don't know. I'll have to get used to it. Can grab onto it. Lazy. Lazy intelligence. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll put this known location of like 6, 3. And then we'll put the prefab at a known location of 1, 1. It's actually 7 for this prefab, this path location. We won't actually, if we build this, we won't actually get, I'm not expecting to get the path through, which we didn't. I need to actually turn off that nothing focused as well. That was in a UI bug from this morning, which I absolutely love UI bugs. I don't really. They are the worst. So we need to get, so this is what this offset is for, you see. We need to get, so we need to do basically one of these for prefab. Prefab systems worked out pretty well. It's worked out okay. I've seen very few bugs in it so far. That's a relatively new system. So the prefab data, instance get data, prefab content data. Scary web dev. Man, I know hardly anything about web dev. Or modern web dev, you know, with all the acronyms. This music's a bit extreme. Let's go back to the fantasy stuff. I'm playing 2 now. There we go. What do I know? Web dev. I know I can make a HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, MySQL website. That's what I know. That's it. Basically it. Did a little bit with AWS. That was very confusing. But I managed to get some stuff working on that. Technically it wasn't for the web though. That was like a cloud thing. So I don't know if that counts actually. So we should detect the prefab. There it is. The prefab system is quite simple. It's good considering how powerful prefabs are. Like a prefab data is only 4 things. And I think like this is not necessarily needed. I don't think the content brush instance path. For prefab instance, Gian. How's it going? C++ has the not keyword, yeah. You know, you'd be surprised. So many people say that. It's one of those things that's not known, isn't it? Yeah. It has the not. It has not and or not, and it has XOR as well. Believe it or not. You can type the word XOR. I think you can. XOR and or not. I'm not necessarily saying you start using not. I've got into the habit of it, but it becomes a little Englishy. So not A equals B can end up happening, which might not be what you want. Where at least if you do that, you can tie it with no spaces to the thing. What you might actually want is A is not equal to B. So that's, I don't know if it's a good thing or not. But it's in my habit now, so I do it. Okay. So we've got the prefab. What I want to, so this came in as a an independent prefab because I've got the, if I could try and get Visual Studio to work, I got these things filled out. So an independent prefab is not what I want to work on right now because that's more complicated than a normal prefab. See, what you can do is it an independent prefab? Something came in as an independent prefab. So what you can do is, so this is a prefab, and then you can make it independent and then move bits in the prefab. Still attached though. And then you can do like revert it back to the original prefab or save it as a new prefab, which is obviously more complicated than just a normal prefab. So we want to do one that is not independent. Never heard about the keywords. Yeah. It is a common. People don't. Like, I've had like quite a lot of people saying, what, there's a not keyword? So if prefab data, independent instance path, prefab instance path, if that is set to do. If it's not set, this is the one we want. Okay, so this is an ordinary prefab. Ooh, while these ads are going to run, I'm just going to nip to the loo and get more coffee. Why not, eh? Fu Manchu. Really? That's mental, innit? Maybe it's new. Maybe that keyword's new, I don't know. I've been using it for a number of years. Alright, I'll be back. 2 minutes. I'm back before the time has even run out. I'm getting very fast at making coffee. Absolutely caning the drinks today. Didn't sleep well. Let's just check. It isn't Visual Studio thing. No, I think it's legit. Okay, so the prefab data is empty. And it refers to a brush. The prefab brush. Which is what to draw. This is how it knows what to draw. If these were set, it's an independent one. Yeah. So, we go get the brush out. The brush is cc get, so that's the content cache. Content, what's it called? Content brush. Prefab data, brush ID. So if we have a brush, then we can use the things in the brush to start generating brush. The brush is a prefab. So we need to actually get out now the actual content. So the content is cc get game board content brush get data path, I think. Don't know if that's right. It's not. How do I do this? Brush. Source file is source file. Also learned it from Benny, yeah. Yeah, how's it doing? How's it going, Fanbjerg? Does no one else use it? Is it just me? The operators were made just for me. Can't believe that. There we go, we've got it now. So this is everything in the prefab. So, did some work on the world map. Oh, brill. Awesome. What type of things? What did you do? So I'm just going to copy this. That's it, basically. Apart from this offset is here. And fix compile errors. Room. Works okay. So what type of things, what did you do? So you drew it on the screen. World maps can be hard. Not trivial really. Think about it, how they've got to work. Unless you're just drawing it in some file. If you're actually trying to generate the world map. Drawing in like, unless it's a piece of artwork. But if you wanted to like populate it with things and stuff, quite hard. Did draw it. Isn't trivial for you. Yeah. Yeah, this has got this this game's got a world map as well, and I remember it not being easy. Not coding wise. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Did we even get in here? Some of them... What's going on? What am I doing? If not content. No. If not content, return. Else do the thing. Yeah, wait till you have to start coding waypoints. They're also not trivial on your world map, if that's what you're going to try and do. One day you'll try and do that, I'm sure. That is hard. Decided not to do curved paths. Yeah, okay. No problem. So like from A to B with straight lines. Or just curved paths on the drawing. Yeah, I wouldn't try and do waypoints. If you've only got a few weeks. Waypoints difficult. They might be okay on a world map, maybe. The difficult part of waypoints is, so you select where you want to go on the world map, and then you get back into the game, and then you have a waypoint, which is like, go to this door, and then you get to the door and you go through it, and it's like, go to this next door. That is hard. Rather do a little bit of everything, then once it's all over, can experiment. Yeah. You know, like Skyrim style waypoints, I mean. Right. So we need to make sure, we need to know which room we're in actually, because we've only done this for one room. There's a bunch of rooms that it's trying to generate world content for. You need to check which room it is. Trying to improve a little detail instead of all the important bits. Don't get stuck and have nothing to hand in. Yeah, that's it. You want to pick the low-hanging fruit first. Something like that. Something that's straightforward and adds stuff. Like a world map is a good thing. Okay. So this is the prefab shadows room, which I always forget. So generate room. So we're looking for prefab shadow room, prefab content data. Prefab reflection, prefab shadows. Here we go. So this goes to another prefab. I think it does have other prefabs in it. And then it goes to the path. So this is the path. With 3 points in it. But it's offsetted now by 0, 0. So it should be offsetted by 1, 1 from my memory. So it's instant position plus offset, I think. So what I made is simply just a list of points that get walked linearly. Yeah, okay. Nice. I add some save data so you can only walk on the path if the level is complete. Nice one. Nice one. Are you enjoying it this time? Which instance are we talking about here? There's 2 instances. This is the child, really. Child. Instance position plus offset. Do have some split paths. Cool. Okay. Prefab shadows.room. This seems not right, really. Instant position is... So the prefab should have been 1, 1. Okay, let's just go back to the editor and check that. So this prefab is... Oh, we must have not saved it. So 1, 1, save. Open up that prefab. Not that prefab. That prefab. This path is at 6.3. Alright, let's try that again. One. Child is a prefab. So we want the second child, which is the path, 6.3, offset of 1.1. There we go. So 6.3 plus 1.1. That's it working now. But if the level ID is lower, it always allows you to walk there. Ah, right. Okay. With basic syntax, yeah. I'm not recommending you use not. And is alright. And an or, they're alright. Not sure about that. I used to do basic a long time ago. A long time ago. 3,000 years ago. So we're not actually drawing these paths in the right place. We might be drawing them now, actually. Now that we have... yeah, they look... Do those paths look in the right place? I think they are, aren't they? Great, so that's prefabs. Prefabs. That should work for everything. Now. Is it possible to use... That sounds awful to me. Really? That's crazy. Wow. Like here, you mean? Didn't like it. Maybe it's because the format I want to put spaces. Wow, I'll take your word for it. That's crazy, isn't it? One thing that stopped me from making curves pass is the lack of math. Interpolation between data points when not linear. Yeah. You want a picture for that. That'll make you understand. We'll do Bezier curve. Wikipedia. It's all linear interpolation. It's all linear interpolation. We want an animation though. Here we go. Look, it's all just lines. If you go here to the Wikipedia on Bezier curve, you'll figure it out by just looking at the animation. That's mental, innit? That's mental. Right, that's crazy, that. They are straightforward, like Bezier curves. Just like study how this works. So it is all just linear interpolation. If you understand linear interpolation, you can do it all. So the player would follow a Bezier curve. Yeah, it could do if you wanted to. If you wanted them to. There's different types of curves. But yeah, Bezier's straightforward. Bezier spline. So generate points, right? Which is what you want for iterate points. I won't confuse you with all this code. Look at that picture, look at that animation, and then write it yourself. As long as you have a lerp function, you can do it. So Bezier curve is like control points, which are the points, the beginning and end point of the straight line. So you have like this control point, control point, control point, control point. So you have a bunch of straight lines, and then you go, we'll go from 0 to 1, and we'll interpolate this straight line, and we'll interpolate this straight line, and then we'll get the result of both and interpolate that as well. And that gives you a curve. Yeah, look at the animation. The animation there is halfway down the page is good for understanding. This one, these are good, like that one. Can you see that on stream? So you see what's happening is it's doing linear interpolation between 0 and 1. Between P0 and P1, and then between P1 and P2, and then it's getting the result of those, which is that green line, and doing linear interpolation with that. You see how it draws the curve from one point to the other, from P0 to P2. Do have a lerp function, yeah, cool. So yeah, so there's T. T's going from 0 to 1 there, which is just a distance along the straight line. So you should be able to go lerp, 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 and that gets you your actual point. And then you stick them all in an array, all the points, and that's your curve. So as long as delta T is small enough, you'll get a smooth curve. Yeah, cool. So we need to do this as well. So this is octref game board content. Content is this. Else content is that. And this goes there like that. I think that will work. So this is the idea behind this, is if you've gone make independent on the prefab, it'll follow, it has to get the content out of its independent prefab file. Should just stored in the cache somewhere. So we'll try that now. So I'm gonna go, I'm gonna click on it, make independent, and that means we can, oh, that is what's going on there? That might be that was disappeared before. Anyway, now I can click on it and move it. So I'll move it over here, right on the tree. I think we need to figure out why that planting region suddenly appeared and disappeared. Okay, that looks good. So what happened there with the planting region? Region. Oh, it's just regions. If I have regions. So we're not showing regions. That's all it's at. We don't have a show regions. Oh, it's show nav mesh. It's the wrong text. Alright, we'll fix that to show regions. Show nav mesh. Show regions. Also saw some libraries to handle some stuff that we cannot use. So that's another reason that I'll just wait. I'll just wait after the assignment. Yeah, okay, cool. So now I can go show regions. In theory, this should save. So if I just... do I have to save the file though? I don't know if it saves the state or saves it in the file, can't remember. Yeah, so I need to go show regions, save, and then reload it. Experiment. Then I can experiment better, just getting things working. Yeah, our tile set for the world map also doesn't have any curve paths right now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, just get the low hanging fruit stuff that we were saying. There's so much stuff. Like, you're going to be finding things to do forever. So don't worry, really. So this came out of an independent prefab. So then if we revert this back, it goes to there. Cool. Okay, good. So that's prefabbed in. So now we need to do events. Yeah, I gotta prioritize, yeah. Overscoping. That's what people call it, innit? Where you just... too much stuff, man. Yeah, you'll see, yeah. Yeah, cool. So we're going to work on events now. So an event is... it's just a fireable thing. So if we put a trigger in and then we put an event... spawn NPC. Spawn type. I don't know the difference between static and dynamic. Trigger ID is this trigger. The NPC is hero. So this has an event on it. Now, if we've got this event, maybe this should have like a little lightning bolt by the side of it. What this means is put the hero NPC here. Is it spawn NPC or is it set playable? No. I can't remember exactly how you make them the playable character. There is set playable character, but I don't think that's it. I think that's if... well... hero. Set playable character hero. Maybe that could be the event that does it. The thing is, like, what that's designed to do is heroes meant to be on the somewhere in the world. If he's not spawned in, it might not work. So used to doing everything with binary formats, now C# doing inefficient JSON. How times have changed. Yeah. Makes life extremely easy. Yeah, C# is a good language. Paying runtime costs of reflection. Yeah. I want to know how a bigger game that on Unity, like say, like take Pillars of Eternity, what they did. Because maybe there is a runtime cost, but it's always fine. And you can make games like Pillars of Eternity or something, and it's still fine. I do remember Tim Kaine, who's one of the coders on that game, saying, "Oh, adverts." I'll say it after the adverts. If I had more time, I could reduce the runtime cost. Yeah, that's not low-hanging fruit, though. I don't think. Not really a big deal, no. So we're going to do try spawn. Where is it? Spawn NPC. Hero. Trigger ID. Locate trigger. Locate trigger doesn't work. So we'll fix that. Locate trigger. What locate trigger is meant to do is find the trigger and move the camera to it. Directly in the middle, like that. Okay. Trigger instance. What's going on there then? Yeah, so I was saying Tim Kaine, who worked on Pillars of Eternity in C#, and he's predominantly a C++ programmer. And he said it was fine apart from the garbage collecting. Would literally stall the game. So they had to turn it off and do it manually. I remember him saying. Also because my group members are not very experienced either. Having it all text. Yeah. So that's what it should be as well. It should be, even if you were doing a bigger game, your editor files should be raw text, editable text, and then the game data can be binary. Fully data driven, pretty much, a bit like Minecraft. Yeah, cool. So, right, let's just figure out what's going on here. So the trigger is there, and the trigger ID is 3194. Figure out why this is not working. Trigger instance. So what is going on here? (3194) position and the point is in the local space. So this is it. So when we do get bounds, well, let's see. So it can handle corrupt data appropriately. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, so all of the assets, the editor asset files in the engine are raw text. So if you look at some of if you look at this, which is the shadows room file, it's just raw text. So you can edit it if you want. It's important, I think. Because your code, your loader and your data might get out of sync, and all of a sudden your loader can't load your data, so you actually have to go in and change the data so it can load it. That does happen sometimes. Alright, cool. So that was here, wasn't it? Locate trigger. So it can't find. Oh, it's the bound. That's what I'm looking for. So the trigger instance. So this is always 0. Get brush instance bounds for trigger. Instance position minus instance origin plus offset. So the result is that minus 13, 2, 1, 1. So that is the bounds. Wow, that's the wind. Can you hear that? It's so stormy. And then it's going to go open that position. The path is empty. Oh. Wow. That is so windy. Hang on, I'm going to have to open this door. It's squeaking. 1 second. Blimey. It's like proper storm in here. Very mod friendly, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that's the case for even having like a text version. The actual game can load in text versions of things as well. So the path is empty. Get path content ID. So it's this that's failing. So why is that failing? What is this content? So it's calling get all from the content cache. And then we're calling get path with this ID. So what I want to know is, does candidate have the path in it? No. ID. So we have this path on disk thing. But that's not filled out. So this is just returning empty. Alright, let's see what's going on. So the content, what is the content? What type of content is it? Game board content. So this is image. Texture, texture array, image array, sound, light file, sprite sheet editor, cutscene editor, dialogue editor, quest editor, room editor. It could potentially be in here. So this is what we actually want. So the ID is 4024. And we've said the content ID is 527. So this is game board content. So game board content. So this is it. This is it. So why are we not assigning? A different ID. Why are we assigning a different ID? Construct one. Let's have a look at game board content. Construct one. So we're hash 64ing the path. Maybe the content itself's got another ID. Right, prefab shadows room. 4024, and we're not actually passing the ID. We're hashing the path for the ID. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? If we're hashing the path for the ID, we can set it. Where would it be? Find it. We could say p new path on disk is the path. Maybe we just do that. As long as path on disk is a string, which it is. Jason. Bah. Alright. So now content has path on disk. No, it doesn't have path on disk. Why doesn't it have path on disk? Did we not just set that? Yeah, that's not even being called. This one. What's going on now? There it is. P new. Path on disk. Equals path. Let's see if this works. This is templated. So hopefully this still works. No, it does not. What is the problem? Path on disk is not a member of Brain Editor. Inode Editor. So we'll make it path on disk. iEditor. So where is path on disk? What kind of editor? Path on disk. It's in game board content. Not in the editor. So we maybe do need to set interesting. So it might not be in the it might work this, it just might not be in the cache. If this was referring to a trigger in a different room that's not in the cache. It looks like they are all set. What I want to know is where these get loaded. Image, texture, texture array, image array, sound file, sprite sheet editor, cutscene editor, dialogue editor, quest editor, room editor. Do we get here? So, do we get here? What do we get here for? Game board content. So we call make asset. Call construct one. Oh, no, 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 no. That's what we need to do. Silly, silly. Okay, now let's see if we have it. Content, path on disk. That's what we want. So we don't go through the content cache. We just say path, content path on disk. Get path on disk. Which we don't have. String view, get path on disk. What's going on here? Turn path on disk. It's brilliant. Okay. So if this works, we actually should see a label with it on. Where it is. There's a draw label there. Brilliant. And if we press locate trigger, it goes to it. So if we get a trigger in a different room, like the prefab reflections room, put a trigger in there, copy that ID, put that there. So even if this is not open, locates it in the other room. So what I want to do is that from a cold start. So now if I select this, do that, locate trigger, there we go. All right, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. I should shut this door. I'm back. Ooh, that shadow bias is a bit off there. Okay, there we go. So, but obviously I want to point to this trigger though. Copy trigger ID. Alright, so we have an event now, a spawn NPC event tied to a trigger. So I'm going to delete the other trigger. I'm going to put it... There's fine. So I just need to... This event needs to get passed into the game data. So that's something that I need to do. And it's via a trigger. So in the world, default world generator, the trigger content data, let's just see if we have this event in it. See what it looks like. This is so Final Fantasy, this music. It's meant to be royalty free. But they know what they're doing, don't they? Events empty. Okay, so events aren't getting saved. Oh, actually, no, this might be a different... This might be from a different room. So I'm going to go... some temporary code. If trigger data events. Just see if any of them have events in. Here we go. This should be our... the game event. Get down into the weeds. Spawn NPC, hero. So, what do we want to do? So the world. So we need to get the world. So auto world events equals world get events, which we don't have. And then we need to go, well, we need to actually put this in because, so what is the actual storage for the events in it? So it is a conditional event. Just a conditional event. So you want an array of conditional events in the world, I think. So we want an array, conditional event. Conditional events. So there's conditional events and there's events, I think. Conditional events and engine events. Conditional events have conditions on them happening. Events just fire. So we've got get regions. Oh, we need to finish this off. Opt-ref, world region. Get region. Do that. And then that. I don't know why sometimes it puts these BMs there. Conditional event, doesn't know about that. That's in engine conditional event. Ban that chatbot. So include engine conditional event. And then we want array engine. What do we call? What is it called? Conditional event. Get conditional events. Return conditional events. Opt-ref conditional event. Get conditional event. U64 ID. Return conditional events. Find ID. So I'm going to do bool operator equals ID. And I'm going to change this to a starship as well, because why not? Seeing as we're here. That one. There's no source file. It's alright. Right. Build all that. So this is get conditional events, and then we're going to go what do we want to do? We're going to something like world events.
Ads running soon.
Alright, while it's not running, I'm showing it to the loo. I'm drinking so much stuff. Need to go to the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. World events. So we need to do world events. A copy from. Hi Jess Ghost, how's it going? Hi. Hope you're alright. Trigger data. Events. What does copy from give us? Size T. Copy from size T, the result, which is the old count. So, wouldn't it be nice if it returned a range? Doing good. Working on fishing. How are you? I'm doing alright, yeah. I'm coding something reasonably simple for a change. Last couple of weeks has been mental for me. My brain's just been fried. So I'm enjoying it a lot. It's good. But yeah, hope your fishing goes alright. Fried my brain. The level generator. Mainly this file which I wrote, which is 3,000 lines of horribleness, really. No other way to say it. Has all this stuff in it. Building up meshes and stuff. Calculating texture coordinates. Blending images together, and there's all sorts of stuff that happens in here. Yeah. But it's done. Found a bug in it yesterday where it was at calculating it was drawing some images in the wrong place. But that's fixed. Working on your hunting game. Yeah, got burnout, had to stop, yeah. I need fishing for it, so I'm going to make a game. It's system with hunting. Oh yeah, Brill, that's awesome. Every great game has fishing in it. That is a fact. So this copy from, I'm thinking of changing this. There's a lot of copy froms. To return a range. So this would be like index range. And where it goes. That. And this would be like first. Depends how much stuff this is going to break. Might be a bunch compilers to fix if we do this. This is in the array class, so it's used literally everywhere. No, I don't think we'll do it. It would be nice though. So this is auto first. Auto last is the world events get count. And the condition indices is first to last. The event indices. So in theory, that copies the events in. We need to go back to the world initialize thing. Here we go. Let's see if there's an event in there. So, events. World, where's the events? Conditional events is empty, so we didn't do that right. Probably because we're not saving them. That's probably it. So after regions, world dot conditional events. Put them in that list, it means they get saved and loaded. Alright. Conditional events 1. Event. Game event. Spawn NPC. Brilliant, that's mint. Right then. That's events in 4 triggers anyway. Events for paths I don't think have events on them. What do colliders do though? Collider content data. Events. Another set of conditional events. Hey, how's it going? You alright? Really? So let's put a collider. We've got a collider. Event. Begin quest. Do we have a quest to begin? Quest base. Test quest. Copy the asset ID. So we begin this quest. Check open quest works. That does. That's good. Quest title, it's a trigger hunt. So we're not going to fill out event conditions yet. So this would be like, begin this quest if you condition is you collide with it or something, but we're not going to fill that out yet. Right then, so for path, what do we do for trigger? It's just the same, really. It's the same apart from its collider data events. And then this is first, last. Right, so the world should have 2 events in it now. This engine event, which is try begin quest, quest ID. And the other one, which was spawn NPC. So the collider, got 2 colliders. There might be 2 colliders in the actual world though. Event indices 0 to 1. So that's 0. Oh. In array. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we've got the event indices. As a vector, it could just be an index range. Like that. And the same for trigger. And conditions as well. So I might call this event range. Event range. Condition range. Alright, nice one. So that's event range. And that's condition range. All right. So one of these triggers has an event range. It's not empty. This one. So the first is 1. The first event is 1. 1 to 2. So it's this one, which was the game event. So the trigger, the collider, has an event range. Yeah, so that's working alright. That's fine. Anything else? So the triggers have conditions. The colliders also have conditions on them. Okay, so we need to do the conditions now. So index range, condition range. Condition range. So what is the trigger condition type? Engine condition set. So it's an engine condition set. So it's not actually a range. It's engine condition set. So yeah, I think I'm just going to have an array of engine condition sets. An engine condition set has a bunch of groups, doesn't have an ID, unfortunately. We probably do need one. So it would be U64 ID, BM new ID, and then it would be L ID, set ID. Set.id there as well. And then the group, probably the same for the group. Might make some stuff. Not load. Depends if there are any engine condition stuff out there. See if this has broken a bunch of stuff before we move on. Yeah. Yep. Okay, we won't do IDs. Just have to refer to them. The ID could be the index. So, engine condition set. So, array. Engine condition set. Get engine condition sets. Optref. Engine condition set. Get engine condition set. Size T index. Should probably just straight up that. Recording music, this is. On a journey. Right, so alright. See you later. Condition sets. Trigger conditions. And that. First event. Last event. First condition. Last condition. Awesome. So condition sets. This is just that. So that's the same also for Collider. So the Collider content data also has an engine condition set on it. Awesome. So we'll just test it now. We'll put some conditions on the colliders and the triggers. Right, so go back to the initialize and then open up the level editor. We'll put a condition, put the quest has started, same quest, quest has state, started, and on the trigger put in another condition, put in a game condition, player is character Jenny. Let's see what we get. So there should be a condition on the trigger and on the collider. Condition sets. Event. Oh no, condition sets empty, so that didn't work. We're saving it. We're probably just not saving it. No. World.condition sets. Okay. Got 5. Empty, not empty, not empty. Okay, so we have to just test. Oh. So for these... we just want to test if there are conditions. So we need to do it a little bit differently. Do it like that. Same for the trigger. Just check what this bool is doing as well. Operator bool. No. Oh, come on. Testing if there are any groups, that's fine then. Condition sets 111. Quest has state started. G condition, game condition. Player is character. What's this one? Game condition. 2 player is characters. Herschel. That must be somewhere else. That must be somewhere else in the... Player is character Jenny. So where is player's character Herschel? Rooms. Could come from any of these. Could come from... Test prefab.room. That could be entirely wrong, that. Oh no, look, we've done something there with the... with the grass. The Z ordering. Check that. Lazarus, how's it going? Hope you're alright. So what's happened there? What I think I might want to do is just... Okay, well, change some of there. Yeah, doing alright, doing alright. Just working on putting things into the game. Into the byte, like the game data. From the level editor into the game data. So we have some issue now with this rendering. This rendering issue here. So the ground is being drawn above things. In fact, there's a bunch of things wrong because the shadow map is wrong as well. So that might be worth investigating. This is a complicated level though, with lots of things in. And the pond is not there. All this from scratch. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Ooh, you might be getting an ad. Let me know. If not, I'll continue talking. This is messed up. Now, for some reason. Can't think of what we have done to mess that up. Let's look at the history of. Oh. Test.prefab. So let's just change something in here. And view the history of that. And we'll just go to the one that was yesterday. So 18th. Is that literally the same as this one? Yeah, I hope you're having a good day, Lazarus. Hope you're doing alright. Got 15 minutes left of the stream, so I'm just trying to get as much done as possible. I've just basically come across this bug though. Something's changed, so the things are out of whack in here. Not sure what though. So we've got like shadow map for this over here. The data is good. It's just the renderer that's got it wrong. Do I actually want to start debugging this type of thing at this time of day though? I've been going for like 5 hours. Or do we want to do it tomorrow? Reflection's alright. So just go back. So what's going on? Where would I start debugging something like this? Game level. Tick room. So let's start with the light, because the shadows so is the cloth is definitely off. The cloth is off for the shadow map. Okay, well it doesn't come into here. Interestingly, so we're going to go from sprite 0 to 28. That seems kind of wrong. 0 to 28. It's going to do prefab shadows.room. Oh, hang on a second. No, I'm in the wrong place. It's actually not here. It's in the game board content. Renderer or draw. It's here. So the root content is in the editor, isn't it, you see? The actual game. So 25 brush instances. So let's just go to the cloth renderer. So this is the cloth renderer. It's the reflection. The reflection's not the reflection. It's the cloth instance renderer and the cloth shadow renderer. We're at two different places. So the shadow renderer is at -4, -5 in X. And the instance renderer we've got -1.63. -1.63. Cloth mesh bounds. So that seems about right. So why is the shadow all the way over here? This has literally just started happening. Ooh, what's going on? All right. So it's the light bounds. Should be all in the minuses. So the shadow bounds for cloth, shadow token bounds is all in the minuses. -12 though in X. It seems to be more than that. It's minus like 23. At least it's like -30. So that shadow bounds is wrong. So in lighting draw, position -23, light file, token -33, -10, shadow token -33, -28. So -33 is right. It's this light maybe that's it's getting confused with. What's interesting is we cannot touch that light either. Oh, I can. Alright, let's delete that light. Okay, so it's this light that's wrong. This light is causing the problem. And we've got a Z order thing. So I think it's like a Z order thing. And a shadow map thing. Man, I'm going to have to go in 5 minutes. I want to be able to fix this. What could it be? So we're concentrating on this light. So this light position is -2, 5.5. So it's not this light. It's this one. So cloth shadow renderer. So the shadow token bounds is that the cloth bounds is that okay. Let's quickly look at, if we go to lighting in the shader and look at the floor shadow shader. Apply floor shadow. Return float for UV01. You can look at them. So it's in the complete wrong place. Getting mixed up. It's getting mixed up. That is the floor. Right, I wonder then if it's because we got the game running in the background. That might be the bug. So if you do, what is it? App. As long as I can find the source of this bug. Don't think I'll be able to fix it. And then we want to do test refab. This will launch directly into the editor and not the game. So the game won't even look at the renderer and see if it actually renders fine. No, it doesn't. So what's going on then? So what's happening is, amongst other things, this is the shadow map. The shadow map for this and the shadow map for this are in the same, this light and this light, which is behind, are in the same place by the looks of it. So, alright. So this is the let's have a look anyway. So this is shadow map 0. And then this should be shadow map 1. Which is shadow map 1. This is very Lord of the Rings as well, isn't it, this? Okay. -31. -3. So that looks legit, man. That looks legit. So let's picks. Last 3 minutes. Have a quick look at picks. Oh, if I could capture a screen properly. Alright, we've got a capture. So this is the top light. So it hasn't drawn the floor in. Should have drawn the floor in by now. Oh, there we go. So that is the floor batch. So all the draw order is wrong. And then that's there. Okay. Oh man, I've got 2 more minutes. So let's have a quick look. Draw order is completely wrong. Canvas, end, sort. Oh, which canvas are we in to start with? You know what I'm going to do? Before we do anything, I'm just going to rebuild it. Because this is bananas. And see if that just fixes it. Because I've had this before. Where the sorts have been messed up sometimes unless you rebuild everything. With 1 minute to go, does this fix it? No. Alright. So sort the board canvas. So the draw items. Light begin. So it's a sort order thing. Everything's getting drawn in the right place, I think. We just have a sort order problem. For some reason. Anyway, I'm going to have to go. Lost the draw order for some reason in the level. Something's happened where the draw orders got messed up. So it's drawing like stuff and then light and then floor, and then it looks like it's doing the grid after that, and then it's doing more grass. It's all drawing weirdly. Yeah, weird. It'll be a little thing. Stable shot. Yeah, stable shot. I'm doing it. It's just I don't know what's going on. I'll have to have a look. But that's gonna have to be for another day. So I'm going to have to head, get my kid from school. So yeah, see you guys later. See you later. It's a good stream today. Got quite a lot done. Anyway, see you tomorrow.